Ladies and gentlemen, it's semi-final number 2 right here at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj Lakshman Bhai Construction Premier League Season 2. This would have not been possible without our sponsors. The title sponsor Lakshman Bhai Company Limited, live streaming media partners Apco Quarries, Gulf Timber and Hardware Supply Limited, silver sponsors South Sioux Farms, Apex Steel and Apex Piping, bronze sponsors Broadwalk Mall and Woodways Kenya Limited, fuel partners Silver Star Manufacturers and Hariom Titans, man of the match partners Juja Blocks, high sixes partners Sajanan Creative Limited, Dot Balls, MK Builders, Kapil Timbers and Alpha Aluminium, BBC Auto Parts, and of course media partners East FM. And right now here with us, it's the most important crucial toss time. We've got the volunteers who have tirelessly been serving sodas at the stalls right across behind the ground, and the two captains of MAHADEV Strikers, Chirag Sisodia, and captain of PALORA Dragons, Pushkar Sharma, who is going to be calling. Pushkar will be calling for the toss. Youth League is the call. Youth League wins. Pushkar, you've won the toss. What would you like to do on this pitch?
We are going to ball first.
Any specific reason as to why you've decided to ball first?
Our team is confident with our chasings, and we were doing in the league. When we are chasing, we won all matches.
Last game didn't turn out to be the way you want. How do you quickly erase that memory and support your team on to going to a knockout game?
First thing is, I told the collapse batting order happened in the league match is okay. So we learned many things from that match, and then we have to apply today.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Chirag bhai, toss nathi jeeta. Does that go against you?
ટોસ જીતીને અમે બેટિંગ જ કરવાના હતા. સેમીફાઇનલ એવી ગેમ છે કે અમે 150-160 રન પણ કરશું ને તો અમે એને રિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ કરી શકશું.
Scoreboard pressure will help you કે તમે હવે આગળ આવીને પહેલા બેટિંગ કરો છો. શું ટાર્ગેટ છે સ્કોરનો?
ટાર્ગેટ કોઈ પણ નથી, નોર્મલ ગેમ રમવાની છે અને પ્લેયરોમાં પણ કોઈ પ્રેશર દીધું નથી કે જેમ તેને એક્સપ્રેસ કરવું હોય ને એમ કરે.
અને એ તમારું આખું સિઝન તમારું એ જ મોટિવ રહ્યું છે કે તમે પ્લેયર્સને એવું ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી આપો છો કે જાઓ તમે જેમ રમી શકો છો, પ્લે યોર બેસ્ટ.
એવી જ ટ્રાય કરીએ છીએ કે બધાને અહીંયા યંગસ્ટર હોય છે, કોઈક લીગ સારી રમતા હોય છે, ફર્સ્ટ ડિવિઝન રમે, સેકન્ડ ડિવિઝન રમે, પણ એ લોકોને ફ્રીડમ આપવી જરૂરી છે કેમ કે બધા જ પ્લેયરનું કેલિબર અલગ અલગ હોય છે. સો એ લોકોને મોટિવેટ કરીએ છીએ અને કહીએ છીએ કે કોઈ વાંધો નહીં, નેક્સ્ટ ટાઈમ તમે વધારે સારું કરો, નેક્સ્ટ યર આવો તો કાંઈ બી વધારે આમાં શીખીને સારું કરો એવું અમે માનીએ છીએ.
Wish you all the best.
થેન્ક યુ.
The news from the middle is Palora Dragons have won the toss and have elected to ball first.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's semi-final number 2 between the MAHADEV Strikers and the PALORA Dragons. Earlier on, the PALORA Dragons won the toss and had no hesitation to field first. And on the other hand, Chirag Sisodia, the captain of the Strikers, was pretty happy with that decision. He wanted to bat first. Looking at it from a very pressure game semi-final, he said, let's put the scoreboard pressure on the opposition. They're quite confident of getting at least 150 to 160 today. And joining me in the comm box, our very own Jamil. Welcome to the comm box.
Thank you, Mitesh. What a night we have ahead of us. It's the weekend according to Kenyan law. That's what I always say in the show in the morning. But tonight is something different. Tonight is something special. We have well-rested members of the team, and they're here for semi-final number 2. It's the favorites, MAHADEV Strikers. It's the underdogs, PALORA Dragons. And it's now come down to this day where they can meet one Hariom Titan in the final. Will it be the guys in pink? Will it be the guys in green? Let's find out tonight here at Sri Kachileva Patel International Stadium under the lights.
Chirag already off to a flyer, picking up a boundary there. Raj Patel has been very successful for the PALORA Dragons this season. Very important wicket for Chirag Sisodia. He's been the man in form for MAHADEV Strikers. Majority of the credit goes to him to have his team, participate in these semi-finals. They did very well against the same opposition in the last group game.
Oh, what a shot that is. Will he find the fence? He guided it with the edge of the bat, but they'll pick up 2. Yeah, you're right. Absolute key player for the MAHADEV Strikers. In fact, if you look at the leaderboards, with the ball, he's up there in the top 3. With the bat, definitely top of the table.
Do you reckon they would have any special plans against how they'd approach Chirag?
For the PALORA Dragons at this point is to keep Chirag trying different things, because when he gets into the mood, it gets very difficult to attack against him. This is Chirag just warming up. And this is something you'd like to see as well, because when you set up that partnership that we've been talking about all through the tournament, it becomes easier for you to find the fence as well and put the bowling team in the pressure. Just like that. That's gone all the way.
He stepped out, cleared the infield for a first maximum of the innings. The mood has been set right. It's T20 mode. There, from the bat of the captain of the MAHADEV Strikers, Chirag Sisodia is off to a flyer.
Yeah, what
12
a way.
runs in the first over.
What a way to make an entrance here, MAHADEV Strikers, in semi-final number 2. Already a maximum and a boundary off the first over. And you'll see more of that from Chirag. Raj Patel, not the start he was looking for here for the PALORA Dragons. But we have a lot of experience in this team for the PALORA Dragons.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, experience is the key right now in T20. The captain Pushkar Sharma coming into attack now from the school end. Having won the toss earlier on, they definitely want to pick up some early wickets just to put some breaks on the score, and especially if they can get the prize wicket of the opposition captain Chirag, they would be the happiest of the lot.
Yeah, Pushkar Sharma coming this far at this tournament, the Lakshman Bai Construction Premier League, has done fantastic with his side. With the bowling that he's going to come with, he's going to make sure that he's going to have a tight field here tonight, especially in a power play against Shivam Dewadi and Chirag Sisodia.
It's the same pitch we used yesterday. We saw how the first inning scores went. It wasn't the best of the start for the batting side. How do you think the pitch will play today? Do you expect a 150 score, 160? Or do you think it will just play at the 120, 130?
No, every day has been a fresh pitch. So everyone has got the same opportunity to use this pitch. Oh, that's come off the pad. Has he taken him out? Are you kidding me? We've got a wicket here. How about that from Pushkar Sharma, the captain of the PALORA Dragons, and he sent Shivam packing.
What a brilliant start for the captain there. Shivam back to the pavilion without troubling the scorers there.
I thought he was racing away to the boundary for a second because I thought he got some bat onto it. No timber, just the bails. And there's the replay. He was a goner anyway. And how about that for a change of variation to pick up their first one, PALORA Dragons. They've made their statement in semi-final number 2.
Absolutely. They'd be extra pumped now that they're having picked up an early wicket. Viraj Jadhav coming out to bat rather earlier than he expected. Important, very important that he sticks around with the captain, forms that crucial partnership.
Yeah, celebrations there from the crowd for PALORA Dragons. The pom-poms, the glasses, the pinks, everything is out there tonight for this semi-final. You can join us here at the Cricket Patel Samaj for the Lakshman Bai Premier League. And we're here for semi-final number 2. It's going to be a cracker of a match because we need to find out who is going to be meeting Hariom Titans into the finals. Pushkar Sharma will now bowl to Viraj Jadhav. Like you mentioned, he's going to be a very important player here alongside his captain. Chirag Sisodia on 12, just like the number on his back. He'll need to put up a score here, both individually and for the team.
Yeah, very important that as a batting side, you have a good power play just to ensure that that platform has been set for the lower part, towards the end of this innings, for you to launch on to for a bigger score.
Pushkar Sharma, wicket picked up already and a dot. How does he continue here? Continues the same way where he left off, and that's what you need to see from your captain early in the game like this. You could look at the breaks that they've had in terms of their previous matches, but at the same time, on Sunday, we had a repeat of this fixture, MAHADEV Strikers versus the PALORA Dragons, and as soon as they secured their spot, they knew this match was coming their way.
Yeah, it's pretty much a game that was played on Sunday, and on Sunday, of course, the Strikers prevailed. From the PALORA perspective, they would want to erase the memory of the previous games.
For sure, and I think they'll pick up all the mistakes that they made in that game. They'll pick up all the key notes in facing MAHADEV Strikers. You can also understand that MAHADEV Strikers is a team that is very familiar with this ground and the fans around. So there's a 12th man also there, and PALORA Dragons haven't shied away from getting that 12th man in this tournament, showcasing through the bat and the ball.
Precisely. Look, the crowd is just coming in now. Flicked the leg side there. Coming back for the second runs. Yeah, look, I think the previous game between these two teams, PALORA Dragons had by then already known that qualified for the semi-final, so they weren't really up with their full capability. But today it's a different ball game. It's a semi-final. Form doesn't really count. It's different pressure game now. Who prevails in pressure?
Pushkar Sharma to wrap up this over. A single after 2 overs. The MAHADEV Strikers are sitting on 17 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Current run rate is 8.5 right now. MAHADEV Strikers will be looking to find the fence more in the remaining overs of this particular power play. Let's take a look back at yesterday's semi-final. Hariom Titans knocking out the Purple Caps, and mind you, the day before was Hariom Titans again versus the Nairobi Capitals, knocking them out of the tournament. And every time you see the captain, Neeraj Patel, he's always calm and collected about it. When he's resting players, he'll come into a game knowing he just needs to put up a best performance to win the match.
I couldn't agree with you more. We also saw how the team chased that innings. Neeraj, he did absolutely brilliant. And what's very important to also note is how they have ensured the captain's calmness is done to the whole team, passed down to the whole team. And we saw that yesterday. And that's pretty much as a result of how the team has bonded well together. They've been the team of the tournament so far, having just lost the early game in the group stages. And since then, it's 6 wins on the trot, including last night's win.
Fantastic. That's the Hariom Titans. They're in the final. And right now, PALORA Dragons taking on the Mahadev Strikers to find a way into the final themselves. Vraj Patel back into the bowling action here. He's been a key player as well for this side.
A young player, well experienced, up with the national team as well. Oh, look at that brilliant line there.
Ouch.
Offering no room to Viraj Jadhav there.
Yeah, it
might have just hurt him on the fingers.
Yeah, didn't even have time to get it off the bat. And that's hurt a finger there. Might want to take revenge here against Vraj. Steps down, goes the distance, and you betcha he takes his revenge. He gets a maximum here for the Mahadev Strikers. You get him on the finger, he'll get you on the fence.
Yeah, couldn't have been a better comeback from Viraj. Viraj against Vraj.
Clean hit there. Sent to the stands. And after 3 dots, Viraj was forced to come down the track, and he gets a good connection to it. Can he continue here for the Mahadev Strikers?
Good comeback there. Yeah, I think Viraj experienced as well. Having hit that 6, he wouldn't want to, hit any loose shots from here on. Most importantly is form this partnership that's going on along with his captain. He knows the importance of both these 2 players being out there. Look at that, brilliant comeback. Brilliant, slight misfield. They will be running for the 3rd.
Oh no, this is not how you want to end your over, Raj. 3 off it in the last delivery. And Mahadev Strikers are sitting on 26 for the loss of 1 after 3 overs. Chirag on 12. Viraj coming quick in with a cool 14. And Mahadev Strikers will want to keep this combo out there on your screen. And also find a good 50 partnership, maybe even more. And try and get them to that 180 mark. 183 yesterday by the Hariom Titans. And that's what the Purple Cap had to chase.
Pushkar Sharma, the captain of the Dragons, to continue here.
The 183 score was against the NAIROBI Capitals.
Correct.
And 160 was against the Purple Cap.
There you go. Slight variation in pace there.
You asked me this question earlier about what would be a good score. I would ask you that question. Seeing the semi-finals that we had yesterday, 160 was tough to get to. Do you think that Mahadev Strikers will be safe against PALORA Dragons with a 150, 160 score tonight?
I think 150, 160 should be a good total from here on. Yes, we saw how easy it was for the Hariom Titans when they chased that 160, 120 odd runs. We saw in the middle, despite losing the 2 early wickets, they walked through that chase. They had no risk shots involved. Today, 150 could potentially put the opposition into some pressure. And look, at the end of the day, in a pressure game like a semi-final, when you have put runs on the board, it's the other team that needs to go out and ensure that they chase that. So there's additional pressure on them.
Yeah, picked up 2 there. Good running there from the Mahadev Strikers. Get the board running as well, even if you don't find the boundary. Pushkar Sharma coming here back into the attack, making sure that the boundaries dry up, and he's doing just that. He's already got the first wicket here for the PALORA Dragons. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one with the batting lineup that the PALORA Dragons have. Oh! He's got 1 chance, got a 2nd chance. The bails have come off. The umpire will signal, we're going upstairs to find out if that's a run out.
How crucial would this be? Heart in the mouth moment for both the teams.
Yeah, it's a missed stumping and then a stumping, and it's Chirag Sisodia that's missed the ball completely. PALORA Dragons are pretty positive right now. And that's the kind of technology we have at this Lakshman Bai Premier League. And it's fantastic to see that we can go back upstairs, find out the correct decision, and give justice to both teams. As a result, we're going to have the replay and the decision pending coming here from the production room. What a night it is so far here at the Lakshman Bai Construction Premier League at the Sri Kachileva Samaj International Stadium. It's semi-final number 2. The PALORA Dragons taking on the MAHADEV Strikers. If you want to join us, you can. If you're watching from anywhere around the world, make sure to like and subscribe Pavitra Live. Not just in HD, you're watching scintillating cricket in Nairobi in 4K, and your man in green, Chirag Sisodia, is safe. Heart back in place.
There you go. Look at that. Yes, the foot was behind. Yup, it was well inside the line.
Lucky escape.
Some nervous moments there for the strikers camp.
All right, Chirag Sisodia is safe. Pushkar Sharma comes back into action.
Look at that. Change in pace again. The call is for the 2, and the batsmen are back. Well back.
Yeah, good running there from the MAHADEV Strikers. I think PALORA Dragons are feeling a little bit of the cold temperature here in Nairobi, especially Nairobi West. You know, coming into the bowling attack, coming into the field as the first team of the day. They've taken a slow start to this game and not really warmed up to it yet.
Absolutely. Look, plus also on the other side for the MAHADEV Strikers, having lost that early wicket, they're still going decent strike at 8 and over. Player coming underneath it. Raj Patel.
Oh, that lands safe. Chirag Sisodia in this over has been saved twice. And he stays at the crease. We've crossed the 30 mark, the MAHADEV Strikers. And we're at 33 for the loss of 1 after 4 overs. Chirag Sisodia on 18 and Viraj on 15. This was a lucky escape for Chirag. What's happening out there right now?
Yeah, it's happening all out there. You know, he has almost a stumping, almost the ball dropping now between 2 players now. Perhaps that's the luck that he requires tonight to go big.
And he did go big. If you are looking at the Hariom Titans fielding right now, that would be potentially a chance for them to get it at least fingertips. That's what I was mentioning earlier, is that the PALORA Dragons haven't warmed up to this game yet. They haven't come into it as they would in any other game. And I think with now a little bit of running around the field and the power play being lifted off, we'll maybe see some warmer legs, some warmer bodies to come into this game as well and take the game to the MAHADEV Strikers.
Interesting choice to continue with Raj Patel there. He is very well experienced player. Probably played fine there. Should be easy runs there for the Strikers. It's wrist down the boundary. Good sweep shot there.
Oh, that is such a great shot there from the MAHADEV striker. And it has gone the fence. And the fans will pick it up as well from there too for the MAHADEV Strikers. How about that for a shot? Good way to start the over.
The strike rate has been absolutely brilliant. Over 8.5 runs an over. Having lost that first wicket very early. But these 2 batsmen, both Chirag and Viraj, have ensured that the scoreboard keeps ticking. And not just ticking, they've made sure that the boundaries are flowing as well every over. Chirag Sisodia, a captain that I think I've really admired this season. Every time you are out there during the toss, the one thing that he's continuously emphasized is on, he has put no pressure on his players. He's given the players full room to go out and express themselves. Do not worry about the results. Go and enjoy yourself.
And when you enjoy your cricket, you remove the results that you want from your side. You see the players performing like they do when you give them their chance to play the cricket they enjoy. That's a great comeback from Raj Patel. We haven't seen many trees planted. That's one of them in this match and this innings so far. Whoa!
Oh, some turn there. Look at that. Viraj almost dancing in the crease.
Yeah, this battle is interesting between Viraj and Viraj.
Both in the middle and both in pronunciation.
Yep, final delivery to come. bounced back well. Still a little expensive here for the PALORA Dragons, but Chirag Sisodia is on strike. Up, over, and gone the distance. You know, as soon as it leaves the bat of Chirag Sisodia, there's only one result. It's a maximum for the MAHADEV strikers.
Wow, what a way to wrap that over. Vraj Patel has not had his best night so far. His 3 overs has conceded over 34 runs. Short and wide over the cover region. Good luck if that ball is coming back.
Dispatched, skipper style, Chirag style. And with those boundaries and maximums, his scoreboard at the top of the leaderboard for the batsman will only be going up. The distance, I guess, is already 100 runs. But this man is running away with this game for the MAHADEV strikers. At this rate, MAHADEV strikers will be very happy with how they've started here.
Absolutely. Look at the power play. 5 overs gone. And if your strike rate is over 9 runs an over, I think the batting side is pretty much happy. I'm surprised Pushkar Sharma coming back for the 3rd over. That pretty much means both the top bowlers for the PALORA Dragons, Vraj Patel and Pushkar Sharma, will have bowled out 3 overs each in the power play. It's going to be slightly difficult towards the end of the innings as to how they rotate their bowlers now.
No, good observation. I think the MAHADEV strikers will be happy to pick up the 2s and the singles in these kind of overs. And that's found the gap. A loose delivery there from the captain, and Viraj will make the most from it. He finds the fence for the MAHADEV strikers, and that brings up 50 for the men in green here.
Yeah, look at that. Picked up the slow delivery well early enough. You can't be pitching full when you have your fielders up in mid-off region.
What does he change? What does he do? Pushkar Sharma coming in with his 3rd over very early in this game. Once again,
Not hard.
same result.
Same result once again, yes. They are running away with this power play, are the MAHADEV strikers. 10 already of this over.
Yeah, this time he plays it late. And Pushkar gives him the space. Finds the gap. And what about that for a shot for the MAHADEV strikers? The fans will be now coming in to see some more fireworks from these two. And like we mentioned, if this partnership sticks out there, there will be colossal damage here for the MAHADEV strikers.
You talk of colossal. At this rate, we are close to touching 200 runs. In the first inning, look at that. They are striking at over 10 runs an over. PALORA Dragons haven't created the opportunities to restrict the scoring. The field has not been, like you said, they're still warming up. Having picked up that early wicket, I would have thought that they would put more pressure to the batsmen.
Oh, that's the kind of aggressiveness we need to see from the PALORA Dragons. A run-out opportunity there, and the captain applauds it too as well.
Yeah, they need to. This is where cricket is going to get interesting. They need to take these half chances.
Once again, Chirag Sisodia back on strike for the final delivery of the captain of Pushkar Sharma. It's captain versus captain, and it's all happening here at the semi-final number 2. We're in the final delivery of the power play, and we need to see how this one is wrapped up. Green, 3 and a dot.
And with that, I think it's a power play that the strikers would be happy with. Just slightly below 10 runs an over. I think they've won the first battle. 59 for 1 in the power play. You take it at any given day. And this year being a semi-finals, you've won the first step towards this game. And there the umpire signals end of power play. That means the field restrictions will be lifted. Pushkar Sharma, the captain of PALORA Dragons, will have the luxury of having 5 players outside the circle. But more importantly, he needs to see how he's going to apply brakes on this score rate.
Yeah, we'll get some more bowling attack from the PALORA Dragons, some new bowling attack as well. You mentioned how many fielders the PALORA Dragons have in the field and available to use the entire field. But you didn't mention the MAHADEV Strikers fans of how they've crowded the whole field here tonight, all round. It's flashes of green and MAHADEV Strikers fans who want to see if they cap. The orange cap is out for Chirag Sisodia. A little way to show you who's on top with the blade.
Absolutely. Look, he's, like I mentioned, he's been the batsman in form. He's been, for me, the batsman of the tournament. He's consistently performed up front for MAHADEV Strikers, ensured those big scores have been done, and that's one of the reasons. Look at that, played fine, will run down to the third man boundary. Easy pickings there, yes, for Viraj Jadhav.
How do they make it look so easy? How about that for yet another great shot? Cut away and finds the fence with so much ease. It's scintillating here to see how Chirag and Viraj are finding the fence here for the MAHADEV Strikers.
Look, the Dragons definitely require a wicket here. Otherwise, this is going away. This is getting away. The run rate at which the Strikers batsmen are going on right now is going to harm the Dragons. That's once again finds the gap at the point region. It races down to a second consecutive boundary.
Yeah, he sweeps the other way now. And he's finding the fence all round the field. He's putting up a chart here tonight, Viraj. If the PALORA Dragons don't look like they've warmed up, the MAHADEV Strikers are way ahead because they're definitely warmed up to this game and they're finding the boundaries, finding the runs for their side very easily. Nitish Hirani in trouble here with back-to-back boundaries in his first over.
What Viraj has shown in the last two shots is you don't really need muscles to score boundaries. You can do slick, cheeky shots, slick, and you'll still get the results.
Commanding no from the captain. And that's what you want to see in this kind of a semi-final, that even though you're keeping this partnership going, you're keeping the runs going, don't be overconfident or don't lose focus in making sure that this is going to be an easy game. Keep your head down, get the runs, get to the 50, put a scoreboard for MAHADEV Strikers and cross that 200 even if it's necessary.
You know, you mentioned about the orange cap out inside, but what is so important to also note is that Viraj Jadhav is playing such an inning that Chirag is right now, looks like he's playing a second fiddle to Viraj. Look at the strike rate that Viraj is striking, almost 180 there.
And that's the kind of captains you'd like, to let you do what you do best in a game like this. And he has stepped up, Viraj, here, and he's shown his captain why he should come in one down. And what about the dugout for the MAHADEV Strikers? Always cheering and supporting their players on there in the middle.
Why not when your team has just started off on a brilliant note? Look at that.
Everything has been cheered, even if it's a single. They're getting it all here, and that will bring us to the final delivery of Nitish Hirani's interesting over and expensive one. MAHADEV Strikers continuing with their strike rate that they prefer at this point. Only one wicket picked up.
Yeah, I think at this rate, oh look at that, top-edged. Fielder coming underneath it.
Oh my gosh! He's dropped it! It's gone right through him. He didn't even get any fingers to it.
That is a big, big drop of Viraj. An opportunity there. Didn't time that ball at all.
Oh, this is dramatic here. Fielder was right there. Mistimed it, I'm guessing.
He just overran the ball. Yes, didn't get hold of it. Didn't sight it properly. And look at that.
Agony on the faces of the fans of PALORA Dragons. That could have been
see that.
their second. You could see what Viraj was doing. He was trying to get his half century in style. Chirag Sisodia, the captain, wasn't happy with it. He said, take it easy. We're going to get there together. And at the moment, we're at 70 runs for the MAHADEV Strikers for the loss of 1 wicket after 7 overs. As you can see on your screen, the run rate is at 10. The projected score at 200. New bowling attack coming in for PALORA. Anil Gorasia. Can he change it now in favor of the PALORA Dragons? Everyone's here tonight to watch this semi-final number 2. Mitesh, I know you're here in the comm box. Who's babysitting?
I don't need to say that.
I hope.
By the time I left home, the little is like giving me a nice wave, and monster that his brother was saying, "Okay, why can I not come for commentary?" So you can imagine how I've escaped that. But yeah, next week I'll be back to the babysitting duties. Anil Gorsaria needs something. He needs some luck. He needs to pick a wicket here. The PALORA Dragons desperately need a wicket here. They need to apply brakes on this scoring rate. Look at that. Waited for the slow delivery. Quick single there.
Oh, he was going for the
And
stumps.
that is very important. Look at that. Awareness by the batsman. There was actually no single, and they have now picked up 2 runs from that.
Yeah, this is good work here from the captain. Keeping the pressure of the runs ticking, and as a result, forcing the mistake from the PALORA Dragons, which they have done. And like you mentioned, Anil Gorasia needs to find something here for the guys in pink. They had an opportunity in the previous over. They need to find a way to break this partnership tonight. Slower delivery. Reverse sweep from Chirag Sisodia, not connected.
So I have this issue with batsmen. When they are able to hit front of the wicket so nicely, so elegantly, why try something new? He has been hitting them front of the stumps way too nicely.
Maybe it's the orange cap making him feel cool and easy. This time does what the commentary box wants and picks up a single. Here's an opportunity now here for Viraj.
Decent over so far by Anil. They definitely won't put brakes on this scoring. It's not looking good for the PALORA Dragons, especially having won the toss and sent the strikers to bat. Their, of course, obvious plans was to pick wickets earlier on. Once again, a slower delivery there.
No, you're right. This is good work from Anil because he's definitely dried up the boundaries for the MAHADEV strikers, and at this point they wouldn't mind the 2s and the singles.
29 of 18 is the captain on your screen wearing the orange cap. Steps out, converted into a full toss. Will retain the strike. Oh, they've come back for the second. This is interesting running between the wicket. These 2 batsmen have ensured that the pressure is also put on the fielders.
Yep, after 8 overs, MAHADEV strikers are on 77 for the loss of 1. And Chirag Sisodia up on 31 runs. Viraj 1 boundary away from a half century. And the fans out here with the MAHADEV strikers are quite happy, as you can see on your screens. They want to see some more fireworks, some half centuries. They want to see a big score here tonight to get the semi-final number 2 up and running on a flyer.
77 for 1. This is looking absolutely brilliant for MAHADEV strikers. They have ensured that they set up a very good platform to launch in the back end of this innings. Nitish Hirani conceding 11 in the first over comes back.
Oh! Viraj calls for 2. Nice touch there on the reverse touch. Risky shot, but manages to get it spot on. Good work, nevertheless, from MAHADEV strikers.
Two away from what has been a brilliant knock to the half century.
Oh! This time he tries it again, but the other way. And I think at this point, MAHADEV strikers are trying a little too hard.
Why try these fancy shots, like I mentioned, when they have been hitting the ball so well in front of the wicket with the routine textbook shots? Why are we trying to invent new shots? Yes, they're all glamorous, they all look fancy, but what is more, there you go once again.
And this
with
time,
that shot,
yes,
it's 50 runs.
He will find the boundary this time because he connected. The previous 2 didn't work out. And that brings up his half century in style, Viraj. What didn't work has now worked. And there's an arm around the shoulder from the captain, congratulating his compatriot for the Mahadev strikers. The fans are loving it, the dugout is enjoying. It's all happening here at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj International Stadium. And Mahadev strikers are putting up a charge here. Crunched away, finds the fielder in the deep. Just a single.
What an inning it has been from him. 50 runs of just 30 balls. Nothing short of brilliant there.
So maybe he could hear you. Because every time we mentioned that you shouldn't do the reverse, he tried again, and then he got his 50 in style. The glamorous way. Captain goes now. And captain goes big. That's a maximum for the Mahadev strikers. And how about that for a shot for Chirag Sisodia, who wants to get to his 50 in hurry.
Look at that. It is absolutely raining big shots there. Full stretch there from the captain. New ball required. That's not coming back. Yes, rightfully they deserve some hydration there.
Yeah, they've reached the 90 mark. The new ball has come out as well. And the Palora Dragons will need to break this partnership now because Nitish Hirani has been expensive. He's still got a final delivery to come here. And earlier in the group chat where the Combox are deciding how to maneuver through the games in this tournament, I'd mentioned that it's going to be raining tonight. And Vishal Bojani from the committee of the SCLPS says, are you sure it's going to be raining or is it going to be raining sixes? I'm guessing this guy knows the Met department more than I do.
Absolutely. And they're scoring fast. They're scoring big runs. This partnership is hurting the Dragons. Smart there from the bowler. Good comeback from Nitish Hirani. It's conceded 24 in his 2 overs. Where will they find this wicket from? Where do they get this wicket from?
Yeah, absolutely. Palora Dragons have long faces on the field because they need to find a way to break this partnership, because after 9 overs, the Mahadev strikers are keeping to the strategy and marching on with 10 and over. They're at 90 for the loss of 1. Raj has crossed his 50 mark. Chirag Sisodia on 37 and will get to his 50 mark if he continues like this tonight. He hasn't taken off his cap, the orange cap, for quite a few overs now. But Viraj right now, like you mentioned, is leading the Mahadev strikers towards the fence and finding the runs.
Absolutely. Look at that. Projected score is well 200. And this could be nasty if these two continue for another 5 overs. Look at that. Slap through the cover region. They're running between the wicket. Surprising that they haven't run there. Just a single.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Face of the bat opened up as well. Anil Gorasia coming back into the action here for the Palora Dragons. He did well in his previous one. Slow delivery, picked by the captain Chirag. Finds the fielder in the deep. 2 is a call. Nope, they'll just keep it safe to a single. Good stuff here from the Mahadev strikers.
Yeah, look, they've realized that if they can't get the big shots, ensure that you get your singles, your doubles. And then most importantly is to put the opposition under pressure, which we are already seeing that they're trying everything. A lot of variables there.
Oh, this time steps down the ground. It's gone over the fielder and it finds the fence. Full intent from Viraj. And what about that for a shot? It's gone all the way to the boundary. Too powerful for the fielder to get to. Take a look at the face of the bat. Straight send down. Just
look at that. Mugabe was like a flying Spider-Man there.
Great effort, great effort.
Brilliant
Come on.
effort there. I think he got a fingertip to that, but that is one of those that you just needed it to stick in your hands. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
And even Viraj shows what his next shot was going to be. He's got everything planned in his head. He's got a master plan in his head, and I'm loving the way these two are batting out there. Mahadev strikers are just a boundary away from their 100. Reverse sweep, executed with style, and he's dispatched that one with 100 runs on the scoreboard for the Mahadev strikers. This is scintillating stuff for semi-final number 2 at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj Stadium, and those fans are not happy tonight.
I don't understand why he's been bowling consistently so slow ball. The batsmen have figured out his line. His line has been picked up so easily. He needs to vary his pace. He's been bowling slow, which has been so easily picked by both these batsmen, and especially Viraj, who is seeing it as a football out there in the middle.
It's back-to-back boundaries. This time tries a cheeky shot and could have cost him. Keeper makes sure to get onto it.
And that's what I mean. You see, when there's a change in pace of the delivery, it's going to confuse the batsman as well. And that's what Anil did right. Look at that. Slightly quicker delivery than the previous balls. Yep, there you go. See that. Final ball of this over coming. Once again, a slow delivery. Played with soft hands. Easy run.
Oh, they'll take 2. This is good stuff here from the captain to push Viraj. And they get to 102 runs at the halfway point of innings number 1 for the semi-final. Number 2 here at the Lakshman Bai Construction Premier League 2025 Season 2. Fans are ready for the next half of it. Right now, Mahadev strikers are sitting at 102 runs. And after 10, they've only lost 1 wicket. Palora Dragons will need to find something special. From the Combox, Mitesh and myself, Jamil, will be sharing more of the second half of these innings. So you stay tuned for the next.
Change in bowling. They need some luck going their way. And we saw during the strategic timeout, the coach of the Mahadev strikers, David Asiji, walked down pretty with high spirits, pumped up, also cheering to the stadium announcers' cry of, let's support your team. It's good to see that when the coaches are also enjoying the mood, the vibe that's out there in the stadium right now.
No, it's very hard to keep yourself contained at a stadium like this one, because every time you see something that's got to do with the cricket game or something that's got to do with the DJ, you're always up on your feet. Even the umpire decisions sometimes get you on your feet. Flicked away
Look at that.
with style from Viraj, and he's continuing from where he left off. They pick up 2 runs. Good running here. Orange cap still out there.
Absolutely, and it's not even just about the player wearing the orange cap. What's interesting is Viraj has taken proceedings on his own hands, and look at that. He's raced away to a 66 of just 37 deliveries. Yes, he got a lifetime earlier on.
Oh. Sometimes you miss, sometimes you get it.
Rinkesh Vekaria needs to find that wicket that the Palora Dragons have been longing for since the second over.
Oh, this time goes through everyone. They'll pick up a single. And yeah, Viraj yet again trying the glamorous shots, the reverse sweeps. Good comeback here from Rinkesh and the Palora Dragons. Right now we're sitting at 106. Nairobi's favorite number on the frequency.
Look at that. No pressure at all. Chirag has realized that he can just play the second fiddle inning here and allow Viraj to go out all guns blazing. And that's what he's done so well. And yet he's still scoring at over 150.
He wanted to do the reverse, but for the first time in this game and this over, he's just pushed it down the ground for a single, and he's coming back on strike. After 11, the Mahadev strikers are sitting on 108 runs for the loss of 1. Chirag now on a cool 40 as he looks to get his half century tonight. A few words exchanged there with Viraj. Strategy working, and it's a complete start for the Mahadev strikers. They're on point with their way they're approaching this semi-final, and so far so good for those in green.
Absolutely, the green is all green around. The ground is green. The team wearing green right now definitely have the upper hand. And there you go, Captain Pushkar going to his bowler Aditya, trying to see how we can get a wicket here. They are in desperate need, search of a wicket here. If this run rate from the strikers need to be slowed down, nothing else but a wicket.
I don't know if I've mentioned this to you, but my favorite part about this tournament, the entire tournament, has been the captains talking, guiding, and mentoring the youngsters. My favorite moment of this tournament. Oh, that's a reverse scoop picked up by Viraj. And he did it with style again. It won't race away to the boundary, but they'll pick up 2 runs anyway.
Yeah, I've been a very big supporter of what you've just mentioned. How the experienced national team players, the players from the Indian domestic circuit with experience of the Ranji team, like the Chirag Sisodia, yesterday we had Azaz Koteria, they have all been managing to support the youngsters. One rare, yes, they have supported the youngsters, they have talked to them, ensure that they don't get the pressure, how to control themselves in such situations. And especially right now where from the situation where Aditya is bowling from, he knows his team is under pressure. They're under the pump right now. And it was good to see Pushkar Sharma go out there, talk to him, give him that boost that he requires.
This time Chirag Sisodia connects well, straight down the ground. Will the fielder get there in time? He does, and they stop it for 2 runs. Aditya needs to change something here for his side. It's not a bad start from him, from the youngster.
It's not a bad start, but what is important is these 2 batsmen are still scoring, and they're scoring at ease without taking any risky shots. Look at that, they're already 5. They're picking up those boundaries. They're picking up the 2s.
Full toss!
Full toss.
Executed, but not good enough power. Finds the fielder, will just pick up a single. So I think the variation here from Aditya is showcasing that it's becoming a bit hard for the batsman to find the fence here. So I think he might just bring something out here in this particular over.
Swept there to the deep square leg. Once again, look at that. The running in between the wicket today has been exceptionally well. And with no boundary score in this over, they are already at 8 runs off this over with the delivery to go. It goes on to show how comfortable these batsmen have been out there.
Misses the reverse sweep. Keeper doesn't get a glove to it, and it's gonna chase away down. Viraj now running with 70 on his scoreboard, and they will wrap up over number 12 with the single. The MAHADEV strikers are sitting on 117 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Chirag Sisodia on 43, Viraj Dipak Jadhav on 73, and what a night he's having here tonight.
There you go, there is the scoreboard. Look at the two batsmen pretty much matching each other at a strike rate of 165 runs, 165 strike rate, and they're going all guns blazing. Captain Chirag at 43 not out, and of course Viraj Jadhav 73.
Yeah, now it needs to change here for the PALORA Dragons. They need to find a way to break this partnership. Can Rinkesh provide it? There's a shout there. It's an appeal from the bowler. Not interested, the umpire.
Very interesting appeal there. The batsman is down. I think he's injured himself. Medics will be required for some magic spray. We perhaps have the youngest spectator.
Oh, he tried to execute the reverse scoop.
We've got the youngest spectator tonight, right in front of us here at the com box.
Okay, this looks a bit serious. The MAHADEV strikers have their batsman, their key talisman batsman, who's down on the ground. Looks like he's not in a comfortable position and in pain. But the medics are there to make sure that he'll receive the attention that he requires. PALORA Dragons are also there, hoping that he's okay. The dugout of the MAHADEV strikers with smiles, and they will be coming in to defend a score that will be probably at 200 at this point at the rate they're going.
Yeah, I think if the PALORA Dragons don't pick wickets at regular intervals, 200 is definitely on from here on. The physio of the MAHADEV strikers has also made her way into the middle. And what is concerning is the ball hit Viraj directly just at that joint where you'd feel it is a very soft spot there. We are back. Great to see Viraj back on his feet. Not seriously injured there.
Yeah, what scenes we have here in Nairobi West at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj International Stadium. And now with that, he finds a way to get bat onto it. No is the call, single taken in between. So Chirag Sisodia, the captain, will be back on strike. Rinkesh with a good start here. But how about that for aerial shots? The fans are out here for Mahadev Strikers and the PALORA Dragons in semi-final number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this earlier on. The technology that we've got here at the Samaj grounds, you know, the pictures that you're seeing at Pavitra live on your YouTube, and I mean, it's brilliant, 4K quality. It doesn't get better than that.
Push down the ground from the captain. 1 run only.
Yeah, the last 9 deliveries have so far been decent for PALORA Dragons. They would want this small mini pressure to result in picking up a wicket of either of these batsmen for now.
Once again, back to Viraj's normal way of doing things. A reverse sweep and a miss.
2 to go there. Yes, he's tried a lot to play this reverse sweeps behind the wicket. When you can hit them front of the wicket in that fashion, why do you need to try those shots?
Because he's got to 75 and he's got the captain's go-ahead to do whatever you like tonight, Viraj, and he's doing just that because this is a score you'd like to see in a semi-final. And the way the Mahadev Strikers are going, 120 on the scoreboard, and we've still got about 18 or 7 overs left. Crunch down the ground from Chirag. Just a single. Oh, there's a mistake there from the fielder. They'll pick up 2. That wraps up over number 13. And the Mahadev Strikers on 122 runs for the loss of their only wicket here. Chirag Sisodia on a cool 46 runs. And Viraj sitting on a 75 knock. How about that for a jubilation for Mahadev Strikers?
There you go. It's just that 1 wicket. And since then, Vraj Patel, Nitish Irani have both been sent for over 10 runs and over.
Where will the wickets come from here?
They need a wicket. Someone needs to bowl. Rinkesh has bowled 2 brilliant overs. But the wicket column is what's been missing now. Aditya Vekaria into the attack.
And it's always the youngsters that come into the attack, especially at a crucial time at this tournament. And at this point, Aditya has done really well. He's conceded a few in the first over. Can he come back to create something here for the guys in pink here in the semi-final number 2? Reverse sweep and bowled him!
That's the wicket. There is the youngster Aditya. But yes, it's a brilliant knock there by Viraj Jadhav. Look at those fans. The fans in the pink and black are up and cheering about. That's a brilliant inning as well. Brilliant inning at the big stage.
Yeah, he sent the Mahadev Strikers batsmen packing, and in comes the Drizzles in Nairobi as the Purple Caps celebrate their second wicket here. And there you have it on your screen. It's raining wickets, it's raining sixes, it's raining in Nairobi West, and once again he has been punished, Viraj, for his reverse sweeps. And Mitesh, you've been saying this, what is it with that reverse sweep? And now it's cost him. He's been cleaned up at 75 for the Mahadev Strikers.
This is going to be a tricky game now. With the, we can just see from the com box, the drizzle has got slightly heavier. Will change a lot of perspectives here. Should there be a stoppage, it's going to be massive, because at the rate the strikers have gone, it's going to be additional pressure on from the Duckworth-Lewis method for the PALORA Dragons. If they pick up wickets now, it's going to be in handy for them.
Absolutely. They're sitting on 2 wickets now at 122. There's a new batsman that's come in, Harendra Kerai. Can he use this change of weather to his advantage? Can Aditya Vekaria pick up from where he left off in his previous delivery? And what a start this is for the PALORA Dragons. Things are changing now as we get into the second half of the innings.
Look at this. As we see from far and from here, the groundsmen are just about to be ready with the covers should it be required. Should the drizzle get heavy, they might just need to halt this match. Harendra Kirai out in the middle. His team has in a brilliant batting form so far. A platform set earlier on by Viraj. All eyes there on the groundsman and on the umpires, and of course the wide open skies.
Shub ball, that's what they would say, Mitesh. Not yet, let Aditya continue, let Chirag find a way to find the boundary and his half century before they bring on the covers, and hopefully they're not needed.
Oh, well balled there. Aditya is up the pump. He's got an extra spring. Chirag clearly not happy batting under these conditions. He looked at the umpire. Well, they need to go off. It's going to be very interesting if they go off from here on.
Swing and a
Chirag
miss!
has stepped out and has lost a wicket just because of that frustration. It's what an over this has been from Aditya Vekaria. Could this be the turning point of the semi-finals? It's absolutely, like you mentioned, it's raining. 2 wickets in this over. Look at that, stepping out, the young Aditya. 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets, sending the opposition captain back into pavilion. Look at that.
Oh, this is a huge blow for the Mahadev strikers. When it comes pouring and it comes down, it's come down packing, and it's the 2 batsmen that created a strong partnership here for the Mahadev strikers. And as suggested, the groundsmen will bring on the covers at this point. After 14 overs, Mahadev strikers 1, 2, 3 for the loss of 3. Harendra Kirai, the sole batsman out there, just opening his account. And I think this match will now take a small pause as a result of the rains.
I think the most disappointed here would be the captain of the Mahadev strikers, having lost his wicket. Clearly saw him in the previous ball. He wanted to go off. This wasn't looking good to bat. And yes, rightfully, the match referee, the umpires have called this to a pause. We wait to see
The time, but if your prayers keep coming through, maybe the rain will stop and we'll have resumed the semi-final number 2 of the Lakshman Bai Construction Premier League match. And this is the Premier League of 2025 Season 2 between the PALORA Dragons and the Mahadev Strikers. You stay locked, you stay tuned, and you can subscribe to Pavitra Live and also like the content that you're seeing in 4K ahead of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have resumed back. It's going to be a short match now. It's a 12-over match. The Mahadev strikers innings is over at 123 for the loss of 3 wickets after 14. And now the Palora Dragons will be coming out to bat on a revised DLS score. They will have 12 overs to bat. The target is 131 runs. For the fielding side, it's restriction, 4 overs of power play and 2 bowlers who can bowl a maximum of 3 overs. We should be starting in the next couple of minutes. The chase, the ticket to the finale is online here.
And the fans are relieved to hear Ashmita's voice on the PA system here at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj International Stadium. And the semi-final 2, which has been delayed slightly thanks to the rains, has now commenced its second innings, and things have changed up a little bit. You'll see everything on your screen as we get into the change, but the only change at the moment is the Mahadev strikers will now be bowling in, and the Palora Dragons will be chasing 131 runs. And what a start that is already.
Yeah, look, pressure is on them. They have to come out here. The required rate is over 10 runs and over. Yes, like you mentioned, it's a revised total. Duckworth-Lewis method coming into play now. It also, from the bowling perspective, only 4 overs of power play, and only 2 bowlers will be allowed to bowl a maximum of 3 overs, that is. And Chirag has taken the ball in his hand with the first over.
Bowled it!
Oh, look at that start! Look at that start! Look at that celebration! There you go! He was so keen on getting out there to ensure that the Mahadev strikers have all in them to make sure that they could make it tomorrow's finals.
What a clean-up this from the men in green, and what a start to innings number 2. He's taken out the captain. And this is a crazy start to the innings despite the rain delay. Clean, stumped and middled from Chirag Sisodia. And how about that for the celebration, like you mentioned? Not seen that one here at the stadium.
Definitely, this is some way of announcing yourself that we are not going to be put away by the rains. We are here. We want to go take that final sit to tomorrow's grand finale against the Hariom Titans.
We have a new batsman coming in for the Palora Dragons. Not the start they wanted with the ball, not the start they wanted with the bat as well. And at this point, do they still have 10 wickets according to the Duckworth-Lewis method?
Yeah, they have all full 10 wickets available. The only cut is the score, the overs, and of course, like you see on your screen, its required rate is over 10 runs and over from the word go. And when you've lost your captain in the second delivery of the inning, that's added pressure on them.
Nirav Budia here for the Palora Dragons. Not the pressure they wanted so early in the innings. And they've picked up the captain. And how about that for a delivery from Chirag Sisodia? What a start this is. 2 dots, already a wicket on his name. And he got to about 46 in the previous innings. Even he was cleaned up just before the rain came coming down. And that is a great shot. Oh, and a chance for another opportunity to pick up another wicket.
Miscommunication there. There was no run. Good fielding. The strikers have really come out with an extra spring in their legs. Look at that. First the wicket, and now tight fielding there. Look at that. Viraj on the mark there.
Yeah, earlier we saw him with a plaster over his shoulder when the rain had come down. That was a great opportunity to pick up wicket number 2. But he's out there. All the Mahadev strikers are out there to ensure. Oh, that's got the stumps. Is it out? The umpire will go upstairs. It's all happening in this first over of the innings number 2 of semi-final number 2.
It's all happening. It's chaotic down there. The drama is just not over. If rain was enough drama, there's more going on right now. This could be a suicider if it's out for the Dragons. They need something going. They have not yet scored any runs, and it will be disaster if they lose a second wicket without having to score any.
Yeah, the guys in green are here with a positive mindset in the second innings. They're looking like the side to come in with an impact. PALORA Dragons are waiting for the decision from the umpire as we go upstairs to see if they've got their first runs on the board or they've picked up wicket number 2. 131 runs required in this match. 69 deliveries.
All eyes at the third umpire. The wait goes on.
So here's another interesting conversation that we had earlier. If it did not stop raining, then this would be a win for the PALORA Dragons to go into the finals. How about that after the performance that the Mahadev Strikers has put on tonight?
Well, look, I think we are glad that there's a match going on, irregardless to the number of overs or so.
Not out. That's the decision on your screen given by the umpire. He was safely in there, but good fielding here from the Mahadev Strikers, keeping the field tight. The aggression is early on the pink team and making sure no runs are made.
They are off the mark. They've touched their first run of the innings. Yes, pressure applied by the captain of the Mahadev Strikers.
Yeah, convinced there, the captain, Chirag Sisodia. He was wheeling away in celebration already. But thanks to the technology we have at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj Lakshman Bai Premier League, we can go upstairs and find out the decision. Once again, a great delivery here from the skipper. What a player. What a moment. And what a stage for the Mahadev Strikers to be in. This time gets good bat onto it. It's on the air. It's 2 wickets in the over. And it's Captain Chirag Sisodia once more. And the celebration comes out too.
Look at that. What an over. What a captain. What a leader. Step up with the bat and now rightfully leading front with the bowling. Picking up 2 important wickets. And what a blow this is for the PALORA Dragons. 2 down in the first over. The target now just couldn't be much bigger than what they are looking at right now. It's almost closing to a 12 run over. And what is more threatening is they have lost 2 wickets in that first over. Look at the team in green. Absolutely pumped.
Yeah, didn't get good connection there, Chandresh. Skies it, easy pickings there. And the celebration, the kiss in the air, and the only thing that could change PALORA Dragons' fate is the rain again. And to be honest, we're so glad that we've got a match ahead of us so that Mahadev Strikers can take this one into the final in style as well.
There is that famous, what's now become the famous celebration from the captain. Perhaps at the end of this inning, we might want to find out what that means. But for now, he is responding to the team's request as a captain, having picked up 2 wickets, started with the bat in blades. Everything that the team in green is doing right now is turning into gold. Arshdeep Kundi rebuilding process is basically the prime motive right now for both Aditya Vikaria and Nirav Budhia. 2 new batsmen in the second over. We saw a similar struggle in the previous game when these two teams met in the group stages, where the PALORA Dragons lost early wickets and struggled to score anything from there on, and it's a replica of the same.
Now the fate changes. It's a great shot over the covers and he will find the fence. Nirav Budhia. The first boundary for the PALORA Dragons, much needed here in semi-final number 2. And what a way to start this particular over.
Look at that, lofted over the mid-off fielder. Anything over the player there, it's definitely going to pick you boundaries. Some sort of a wet outfield there, doesn't stop the boundary. Arshdeep Kundi greeted with that lofted shot. Once again, tried to play down the ground, finds the gap, should race down to the boundary. That's back-to-back boundaries for Nirav Budhia.
Yeah, cold feet here from Arshdeep. Still not getting into the game, not getting his line and length. But Nirav dispatching here with style.
Yeah, look at that. Straight down the ground, difficult to stop there on. And straight away we see a change in field there. With the long one now patrolling the boundary.
Yeah, the PALORA Dragons have just started a new partnership despite losing 2 wickets. So it's almost as if we're opening this game again with opening batsmen like Aditya Vikaria and Nirav Budhia at the crease. Arshdeep in trouble here.
What a slap. That's pulled away to the deep mid-wicket region. 3 in a row, courtesy of Nirav Budhia. He's taking the attack to the bowlers.
That is a fantastic shot. Calm and collected there in the middle. Waited for it. And definitely slapped away towards the fence. This is a great over for the PALORA Dragons. This is what they required. They've already got 12 off it. And I'm sure the captain will have a few words for Arshdeep Kundi.
Look, that's the required rate. They need 12 runs an over from here on. So this is the minimum requirement for PALORA Dragons if they are to chase down this total.
It's gone, is it? Oh, I heard some bat onto it. Safe for now. Keeper's gloves finally met by Arshdeep, which means a great delivery and a dot. Remember, every dot at this tournament is a tree planted by the SCLPS community and committee, which is a great initiative for the tournament all round. And we're edging closer to almost 3,000 dots, so you can imagine how great that is for the environment.
Catches the cry over the infield players. Oh, that's race. That's race down to the boundary. Nirav Budhia dealing in boundaries so far in this over.
Yeah, it was a great effort there from the MAHADEV strikers fielder. He almost got to it. I think it's the slippery surface, thanks to the rain, that's made him lose that race against the ball towards chasing the boundary. He almost made it there, but it's a slip that carried him all the way into the fence. And like you mentioned, Nirav is only dealing in boundaries here for the PALORA Dragons.
Make that 5 in the over. Brilliant response by Nirav after losing those 2 early wickets. The Dragons are 21 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Now imagine in the first over we were at 1 run for the loss of 2. How this over has changed everything for the PALORA Dragons. You don't move from that seat because semi-final number 2 is still on and the match is still going somewhere and we might have to go to the final delivery. So a lot on his mind right now, the captain of the MAHADEV Strikers.
Very smart decision there. I think he's not going to take the ball in his hand now. Purushottam will be bowling now from the school end. I like how the shuffling of the bowlers is being done by the captain Chirag. He did it brilliantly in the previous group match against the same opposition. And now we are seeing the same here. Purushottam is a very well experienced bowler. Has a nick of picking up wickets early on. Aditya Vekaria facing his first delivery. Had the best sit in the previous over when NAIROBI hit 5 boundaries.
Yeah, yet to open his account Aditya for the PALORA Dragons. If he gets Nirav on strike, he wouldn't even need to put the runs on the board at this point.
Required rate is just above 11.
Oh, that's up in
Top
the air.
edged, fielder coming underneath it. That's the 3rd wicket, and like I mentioned, Purushottam has this sneak of picking up early wickets. Aditya Vekaria, there was absolutely no reason to have gone for that big shot.
Yep, it's a duck and a golden one too for the MAHADEV Strikers and Purushottam. They've sent Aditya packing and back to the pavilion. PALORA Dragons are now in big trouble here. Right off the edge of the bat, skies it up, and keepers call all day long, and safe hands there. MAHADEV Strikers, like you mentioned, strategy-wise are doing the most. PALORA Dragons need to find something just like the other innings.
It's not happening. It's a replica of what happened in their previous innings against MAHADEV Strikers. Wickets in a hurry, wickets up early in the power play. Always going to hurt you, especially when you're chasing in a big semi-final match. And we've seen this battle. 3 batsmen go out in a hurry without really troubling the scorers. 3 batsmen back in the hut. Pressure is on the PALORA Dragons. How do they cope up with it? It's just 2.1.
Yeah, not necessary there from Aditya. We know what he can do. We know the kind of shots he can play. They have a power play in place, which means field restrictions for the MAHADEV Strikers, and the PALORA Dragons cannot capitalize on this opportunity right now. Crunch down the ground, finds the fielder in the circle. They won't take a run.
Nil Mugabe, an experienced player here, understands the importance of having a partnership. The team needs it more than anything ever right now.
Yep, and they need 110 runs in just 58 deliveries for this semi-final number 2 if PALORA need to go and meet Hariom tomorrow night in the finals of this tournament.
Swing and a miss there, good length by Purushottam. Close to the body, no room given to the batsman.
Yeah, there's applause all round the field for these kind of deliveries. He's got 3 dots and a wicket. Purushottam has got this over started on a flyer for the MAHADEV Strikers, and they will be super happy with this.
Brilliant. I love the energy that the MAHADEV Strikers have come out. Intent, very positive, aggressive out there in the middle.
Oh,
look at that! It's riots. They are running riots there. Are the MAHADEV Striker bowlers. Purushottam Vekaria has picked the 2nd in this over, and it's falling. It's crushing down the innings. PALORA Dragon in all sorts of trouble there, losing the 4th wicket there now.
Yeah, I have only one word right now, and it's on the screen under Purushottam Vekaria's over. It's W-O-W. Wow! What a performance this from the MAHADEV Strikers. 21 for the loss of 4. And Nil Mugabe, without even picking up a single run, has been cleaned up by Purushottam. It's a huge inside edge into the middle stumps, and it's so unfortunate here for the guys in pink. How have you lost 4 wickets in just 3 overs and it's not done yet?
A wild swing there. This is the same pattern we saw the other day. The Dragons batsmen have been going out for false shots, loose shots, not necessarily required. Look at their Purushottam, absolutely pumped up.
As it stands, that man on your screen, Purushottam Veikaria, is sitting on a double maiden wicket. How about that for a semi-final 2 performance on a Thursday night here in Nairobi West after the rains have come and interrupted play? This is top class stuff. Even the crowd are counting down the fielders and the bowlers coming down the track. They're all involved, the MAHADEV strikers, from the middle of the pitch and all around the pitch. It's one of those exciting games where you can't tell what will come next.
Chirag Sisodia and Purushottam having a conversation right there in the middle, trying to ensure that they have got the right field positioning. He doesn't want to let the foot off the gas there. They've started on a high note, want to ensure that they put in they compile in pressure there. Nirav Budhia having scored 21 of just 8 deliveries. And to put in context, the PALORA Dragons are on 22 runs. 4 batsmen not having scored anything. Tight single there. A semi-final, and when you are chasing, you don't want to lose 4 batsmen without having scored any runs. It's never going to be easy for you.
Yep, after 3 overs, the PALORA Dragons are sitting on 23 for the loss of 4. Required run rate now at 12 on the dot, which is going to be seemingly hard for them to find in this innings and this semi-final. Thomas Ojijo and Nirav Budhia out there with the responsibility, and that man on your screen will be coming back into the bowling action after he's picked up important wickets here in this semi-final number 2. And think about it for a second. For 2 weeks we haven't had any rain. Today there was a small forecasting that there might be rain. The rain comes down. Decision is, if it continues raining, PALORA Dragon goes to the final. How about that if you are sitting in the dugout for MAHADEV strikers?
And that's the intent. They've come out with full aggression. Look at that. The fielders are all in support of the captain's cry there.
And in the previous innings, MAHADEV strikers had put 123 runs on the scoreboard, and I think this is after 14 overs. So you could imagine after those remaining 7 overs, what would the score look like for the MAHADEV strikers? That's up in the air.
Up in the air. Will land safely. The batsmen come back for 2. Nirav Budhia, the only batsman right now for the PALORA Dragons, who is showing some intent of taking the fight to the MAHADEV strikers bowlers.
Now, as a result of the DLS method, we only have 4 overs of the power play, which means we have 4 legal deliveries left. That's dispatched. Has it gone the distance? You betcha! It's Nirav Budhia's show tonight for the PALORA Dragons, and he's found a fence, and not only the fence, it's a maximum.
Look at that. Picked up the length. Saw the opportunity over the deep mid-wicket region. Only one fielder patrolling the deep boundary there. They require almost 12 for an over.
No run.
The body language of the strikers, it's just buzzing out there for them.
Yeah, this is an interesting battle. Chirag Sisodia versus Neerav Budia. Oh, he's got edge on it. It will go through the fielder too. Will it be racing away towards the boundary? Yes, it will. And Neerav Budia will continue to find the fence in this over against the captain of the Mahadev Strikers. Bounces just before the fielder. And because of the turn and the rain, skips away from him. And Kishan couldn't do anything about it. Chirag Sisodia won't be happy with that as well.
Final ball of the power play. A slightly quicker delivery there by Chirag. Single for the taking. 13 of the final over of the power play. There has been some sort of a rebuild in terms of the scores that they have put up, but the 4 wickets is what is right now hurting the PALORA Dragons. Neerav Budia has ensured that that run rate doesn't go above 12. And look at that, 4 wickets, 4 batsmen without scoring anything. Not the ideal start you want that too in a semi-final.
Yup, sitting eggs there on your screen, and sitting PALORA fans wondering where the magic will come from, something special to keep their team in this match. And I think the only person out there is Neerav Budia, who is keeping the PALORA Dragons in this match. But in comes their star bowler for the night, Purushottam Vekarya. And look at those figures. 2 for 2 in his first. What can he do here?
Field restriction lifted now. A reminder to all the viewers out there, because of the over reductions, we only had 4 overs of power play. And for the strikers, only 2 bowlers will be allowed to bowl a maximum of 3 overs. So Chirag has bowled 2. Purushottam is bowling his second. I'm sure he'll be given the 3rd over as well. Continuing from the school end.
Ooh, that's gone into the body of the batsman. Good to see him that he's not in too much pain. We've seen a lot of injuries.
Talk of the injuries, I think from what we've just heard, Viraj has been taken for an extra scan. The injury didn't look good. He'd got a very heavy bandage wrapped on his left shoulder.
This is when he was batting for the Mahadev Strikers, and he got himself 75 runs despite that knock as well. So take a bow, Viraj. You've done the Strikers really well today. Yeah, as customary proceedings, if a player has been hit or there is any sort of check that is required, safety first, medics will be called to check on the batsman. And the conversation between these 2 bowlers, these 2 players, captain and Purushottam. How will they finish this second innings of semi-final number 2? They already have the confidence. They have a step in their spring, or a spring in their step rather. So they're looking as favourites, not only for the finals, but coming against the Hariom Titans. They will pick up the momentum from tonight into tomorrow if they do win.
Absolutely. Look, 4 wickets is definitely going to give them that extra boost that they needed right now. Definitely Mahadev Strikers have the upper hand. They pretty much won. They won both the power plays, if I put it that way. When on with batting, they were at 10 runs and over, and now they picked up 4 crucial wickets. The only thing that's halted them is that blitz of an inning right now from Neerav Budia, who was striking them brilliantly. Thomas Ojijo needs to play a supporting role out there to his partner Neerav. Oh no, what is...
Whoa!
And this is as a result of the ball being wet there. That's a no ball. It's raced down to the boundary.
It's everything in one delivery.
And it could be a free hit. Yes, signaled rightfully by the umpire. Oh, that is a clear case of a ball slip. Look at that.
It's not even on your screen. Yesterday we thought we saw high bounces. This is a whole new level from Purushottam.
Oh, no. Someone give him the towel. There, he's got it now. He needs to wipe that.
New ball problems.
Wet ball problems. The outfield is wet. Going to be difficult for the bowlers to grip. That was a free hit. And the only way he could have got out there was that run out.
And the captain apologizes because...
Ouch, that hurts.
Yeah, he didn't get the stumps. He got the batsman. And he got Thomas Ojijo.
Medics straight away. Oh, that must have hurt. He is in pain. That's his strong arms. Ouch, look at that. That's ouch, that's gonna hurt Thomas. Yeah, straight away apologies from the captain, Chirag.
So what about that for a previous delivery? No ball called. Finds the fence. Bye is also called. So it's almost everything in one delivery. And the next one, the only way you could get the fielder or the batsman in problems is by hitting him directly. Still in pain there, Thomas Ojijo at the bottom of your screen. Hope he'll recover from that so he can provide a supporting role towards Nirav Budia, who's doing a fantastic job here for the PALORA Dragons. He's still out there. He's the only hope for the men in pink. And he'll be facing Purushottam Vekaria, who's had a mixed over. Not too convincing as where he left off in the previous one.
Just short of the fielder there. There was some slight miscommunication there.
No, the wet ball again proves to be a problem even for the fielders. Not getting a good grip on it. And took him almost a full day to aim for the stumps and look out for a run out.
And for Thomas Ojijo, he still seems to be in clear pain. I hope it's not an injury that he needs to be concerned about. He's able to hold the bat. Well played with soft hands there. Should be an easy single.
So right now the PALORA Dragons are sitting on 45. They've lost 4. They need 86 in 44.
Look, they've kept the run rate in check. I mean, thanks to this blitz from Nirav Budia, who is basically scoring at almost over 200 strike rate. He's ensured that the run rate doesn't go above 12. They started with a run rate of 12. A lot of asking. Every over needs at least one boundary.
Yeah, how does Nirav Budia finish this one? Does he find the fence or will Purushottam emerge victorious? Up, over. It's gonna go in between the two fielders. One of them will get there. 2 runs to wrap it up. The Purple Dragons, PALORA Dragons are on 47 for the loss of 4. And with Nirav Budia out there in the middle, we've also got Raj Budia, who's also gonna join us in the comm box. Unfortunate for Raj not making it into the playoffs after the Hariom Titans beat the Nairobi Capitals in the final match of group stages.
Final ball of this over coming up. Slow delivery, very well disguised there by Purushottam. And that brings the end of the 5th over. 47 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. There you see 0, 1, 21, 21. Fall of wickets.
So the Mahadev Strikers fans out here tonight at the Sri Kachileva Patel Samaj International Stadium, happy with the performance so far despite the rain as well. But at the same time, the rain delay raised a lot of eyebrows and a lot of questions. Maybe my fellow commentator Raj can explain to us that if the rain continued, how is it that PALORA Dragons would have gone to the finals tomorrow to meet Hariom Titans?
So thank you, Jamil, once again for having me here. So in a situation like this, that the teams, once they reach the knockout and the game has been interrupted due to rain, is the team that stands at the highest number of points who qualify. So those are the normal ICC playing conditions and rules, that a team that finished higher compared to the other is the one that qualifies for the next round of the knockout games.
And that's why it's very important to focus on your group game matches, because these are the kind of scenarios that would eventually play out had there not be a turnout in the second innings here. Good way to start there by Mansukh.
And for the group stages, if such a situation happens, a game is interrupted due to rain, the only thing that you can do is share the points, because at that moment you have the allowance of giving the two teams equal points because of an interruption. Then, so a match tied would definitely have to be played under a super over to confirm one team has to be a winner. For T20s, it's normally a super over, and then there is also another rule. If the super over becomes a tie as well, you carry on with another super over. So you carry on with the super overs until you don't get a result.
Twelve an over is required here. Another slow ball. Raj, a lot of playing conditions changes, a lot of format would change here now, how the bowlers would go after the ball. Outfield is wet. It's going to be difficult to grip the ball. We saw one incident with Purushottam in the previous over. How do they cope up with the wet ball, the conditions?
So there are two things that happen normally. As we saw Purushottam ball slipping out of the hand. Secondly, you would even see the first ball that he bowled to Nirav was a bouncer, but he came on a bit quicker than normal. What a way for Thomas Ojijo to create a boundary there. Played it back over the bowler, bisecting the two fielders on the long on and long off. As straight as an arrow. Good shot there, keeping the game live for the PALORA Dragons. So in terms of when there is rain that interrupts, we normally just don't stop a game exact as soon as the rain kicks in. You even see in the innings that we played, there was a bit of rain coming down, but still the game was going on. So water droplets that settle on the wicket, once we remove the covers, it tends to shoot the ball. And that is why you could see that the bouncer from Purushottam came a bit more quicker to Nirav compared to before. For Purushottam, and you see wickets when there is a rain delay interruption, the ground is wet. Normally you would see players trying to clean the ball, wipe the ball as much as they can and keep the ball as dry as possible. For bowlers, one thing I would say is, because when you try to bowl a seam ball, holding the seam up straight, you will definitely have those chances of slipping. What bowlers would do in such a situation is hold the ball cross seam. That allows you to grip the ball much better in your hands, giving you that friction. A slow ball there, punished by Nirav. The same way from Tom Ojijo, he also receives a boundary 4.
Is he becoming too predictable? I think this is now the fourth consecutive slow ball he's bowled. Batsman able to read the release of his hand.
So very predictable there from Mansukh. Apparently, we had the news that Viraj Dipak Jadhav has injured his shoulder and he's gone for an X-ray, hoping everything is well. So this time round, the MAHADEV strikers, they become one bowler short. A great bowler, Viraj Dipak Jadhav, after end of 6 overs, PALORA Dragons 59 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. They require 72 runs to win in 36 balls. So the required run rate of 12, last over they managed to get 12, but they need at least 2 overs of 20 runs each so that they can try and make sure this game stays all the way till the last ball. I feel the target of 131 runs, it's not that big, but the opening batsman for PALORA Dragons felt that that target is big, and without selecting a bat ball, they went on straight from ball one, trying to hit very hard, and that is where they lost their wickets. You can see Nirav, he's already on 43 runs of 22 balls. He's not tried anything fancy. He's waited for the bat balls and he's made sure that they go for the boundary runs.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Dragons batsmen, I think, could have given themselves an opportunity to settle down at least for an over or so. This 131 wasn't looking so big, especially with the ball going to be difficult to grip. They could have taken their time to read the conditions. Unfortunately, when you lose 4 wickets and all those 4 batsmen back in the dugout without having scored a run, that just is additional pressure upon the 4 wickets that you're losing. So there's some rebuild that's going on right now. Nirav Bhudia has ensured the run rate doesn't run away from them. It's still at a check at 12 runs and over.
Very lucky there to survive from Thomas Ojijo. He was just sprinting like a cheetah, trying to go back to strike. Nirav gives a late call. Very lucky to turn back in great time.
They say do not run on a misfield. This was almost a suicider. Look at that.
And to let you know, even all the live viewers, that when a match has been interrupted by rain and the ball has been hit for boundaries, it tends to carry the water. It becomes slightly heavier. It loses the shape, and that doesn't allow the ball to fly as normally that it used to fly when it used to be dry and in great shape.
And that also then becomes difficult for spinners to grip it, get that even bounce. And like what we saw here, this just remained low.
With those boundary by 4s, PALORA Dragons already on 5 runs of the 2 balls. Charging down Nirav, straight too long off. Pushottam Vikaria ensuring they only managed to get a single.
A lot of this chase now depends on how Thomas supports Nirav's innings. They have sort of stabilized there, 65 runs for the loss of 4.
Do remember they still have Nitish Hirani and Nel Mugabe in the dugout. 2 batsmen. Sorry, so Mugabe has lost his wicket.
That's courtesy the bat of Thomas Ojijo there. Yes, he would love to join this party and try and see how they can chase this score down. Tried to play late cut there.
Has that been put down by the wicket keeper?
The ball has remained slightly uneven bounce there. You mentioned this before the match started, that bowling from the school end, there's a bit of an uneven patch.
So after end of 7 overs, just over the halfway mark, the PALORA Dragons 70 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. They require 61 runs to win in 30 balls. Tom Ojijo playing on 15 runs off 11 deliveries. Nirav Bhudia with 44 of 24.
As a captain, tough way to see how you're going to rotate your bowlers here. Who is going to bowl the maximum quota of 3 overs? You got himself, who has bowled 2 already. Purushottam has bowled 2. It's going to be his work is going to be cut out there.
But he is a very courageous captain, Chirag Sisodia, I must say. As soon as 12 overs was announced, he said, I'm the captain, I'll lead my team. He comes in with the first over and he picks up a wicket in the first over. So he's setting an example, not allowing the PALORA Dragons to get off the mark.
Absolutely. Look, he started off the innings on a brilliant note. Ensured the early wicket didn't affect their run rate. Him and Viraj set off guns blazing with the bat. And like you correctly mentioned, he was so eager to get back onto the field. Didn't want to lose away the opportunity to play tomorrow. He wanted to get back on the field and give his team the best chance to make it to tomorrow's finals.
So you see, they had an idea that if the match did not happen due to the rain, they would lose out the sport. Up in the air.
Yeah,
And once again we say, it's the captain.
This man out of this picture, look at him. He is absolutely running the field. He's everywhere right now. It's Chirag Sisodia all over the PALORA Dragons.
Losing their 5th wicket. Thomas Ojijo departing on 15 runs.
Look at that joy on Arshdeep Kundi's face. Nitish Rani, how can he support his partner Nirav Budhia, who is pretty much seeing like a football out there. 44 runs of just 24 deliveries. He needs a partner to support him if they are to get anywhere close to this target of 131. Never timed that ball. Easy picking. The captain Chirag was never going to drop that. Loud appeal there. Umpire not interested in that. Good start to the second over by Arshdeep.
He was quite expensive in the first over. Had gone for 20 runs. But the second over he comes back great. This time you can see he's bowling a bit fuller, not allowing the batsman to swing fully. But yes, Nirav is back on strike. It was Nirav who went after Arshdeep Singh. In the last 2 balls of this over, they've only managed to score 1 run.
And as a result, you just see that asking rate has gone over 13 runs.
So do you still see Nirav going for the big hit? You can see on the screens, Arshdeep Singh Kundi is holding the ball cross him. So he knows if he tries to bowl the seam up ball,
It wouldn't grip properly.
might not able to grip. So there straight away. He's gone for the big one.
That's his
He's
big
got full
The
connection
fielder there
there.
is just a spectator. Arshdeep Singh Kundi just can't seem to find the right length to Nirav Budhia, and with that 6, Nirav Budhia has scored his 50 of the evening.
Of just 25 deliveries, he's playing an innings that the PALORA Dragons can try and ensure the win. Look at that, charging down with the full power. He's gone all over cow corner. 6 runs it is. Once again, same region, but this time round, a ground shot delivery. Just takes a single, retains strike. End of 8 overs. PALORA Dragons 78 runs for the loss of 5 wickets.
53 runs required in just 4 overs. This early fall of wickets for the Palora Dragons, how much is that now hurting them into this equation right now?
At this stage, I feel that the Palora Dragons would have only lost at least 2 wickets, and maybe the score would have been 90 so. So they would have required 30 to 35 runs in the last 4 overs. But the wickets that fell earlier is the difference that you can see on the screen, that right now they require 53 runs.
And the wickets fell without this batsman scoring run. That's where it's become more of a challenge. This mountain just got much steeper for them.
So captain back in to the attack for his last over. A quicker ball.
That's
and a
pretty much
spin ball.
game. Look at that celebration. It's out once again. Chirag Sisodia, I have called it a couple of times in the com box, has been my man of the tournament so far, and he's living up to that name, both with the bat and now look at that, picking up his 3rd wicket. And that, according to me, pretty much the strikers have now 1 foot in the semi-finals.
As you can see there, a straighter ball. I think Nirav had just played it wrongly, totally wrongly. He thought Chirag, being an off spinner, the ball is going to turn away. But as the arm ball coming in play, getting the wicket, Nirav.
It was a similar ball, similar delivery that got rid of Pushkar Sharma in the first over, and now Nirav Budhia, after a blitz of an inning, who was right now the sole warrior for the Palora Dragons. Rush Patel can hit the long handle.
So a left-hander back in. Chirag Sisodia has been so great bowling to the left-handers. Viraj is in. Is he going to try and attack from ball number 1? At this moment, he has to do that.
Yeah, look, there's nothing to lose here from there. The asking rate doesn't help you to, get the conditions right. You have to just play a blinder of an inning. 13 and almost touching 14 runs an over right now. Played with soft hands, just a single there.
At this moment, the singles will also not count. You can already see, even getting a single run is still pushing the run rates up and up and up. So at this moment, the MAHADEV strikers are only looking for, let them take the runs. We're not going to give them the boundaries.
Yeah, I know you mentioned a couple of overs ago what the Palora Dragons required is at least 2 overs with 20 runs for them to have that run rate drop slightly below 11, just for that, allowing that 1 or 2 loose deliveries. But it's now looking as tough as ever for them.
It's a leg cut shot there from Nitish Hirani. The fielder's running back. That's a chance of a run out as well in the middle. So much happening here in between the wickets.
They are going to check that fielding effort in the deep region.
That was Kishan Pindoria who put in a dive. Let's see whether the replay shows if he managed to save a couple of runs for the MAHADEV strikers.
There's a check going on. There has been a brilliant running fielding there. Saved 1 run for the team. 49 required of just 20 deliveries. An appeal there. Oh, Chirag Sisodia. Mic drop. That is the celebration we've seen for the 4th time this evening. This guy is taking the game on its head, turning the game on its head. He clearly was the only man who was willing to get out from this rain interruption. He knows the reason, and there you can see it on your screen.
So Vraj Patel getting the shoulder of the bat. And a great piece of keeping the... I thought there was a different kind of a celebration. I thought he was going for a somersault.
Oh, I'm going to ask him after the match.
But it was a signature move, only that he slipped on the side wicket.
Oh,
Great
look
piece
at
of... You can see the hug there. A great piece of keeping there by Shivam.
What's happened with the PALORA Dragons? You know, we saw a similar trend of batting in the previous game against the same oppositions. They were absolutely brilliant before the last game of the group games, where the batting hadn't seemed to be in trouble. But the last two games, the batsmen have found it difficult scoring. What's happened? And I think, I don't know, is it complacency that's gone through their batting lineup, mindset?
I feel it's the way they're approaching the games. The first game, that is the last game of theirs against the MAHADEV Strikers once again on Sunday, they were like, we have nothing to lose. We are in this semi-finals. Let's just stay in. And I felt that after that game, coming back today, the way Chirag started the innings, they pulled them a foot back, and then the rains came in. When you have an interruption in a game, it is always somehow affects your understanding of the game, affects the approach of the game.
And the conditions changes as well, which becomes a bigger factor now.
And in this case for the PALORA Dragons, they straight away knew that they have to go and bat in. They were hoping that the rain interruption would have given them an advantage. Unfortunately, the way that the MAHADEV Strikers had kicked out the innings is what costed them.
Yeah, I think a lot also depended on how the body language was for both the dugouts during the rain interval. You know, the strikers, you know, like you mentioned earlier on, that had it not stopped raining, the strikers would have been knocked off by virtue of not finishing higher above in the table than the PALORA Dragons. They wanted to come out with intent to make sure that they give themselves chance to win. While on the other side, PALORA Dragons came out all guns blazing, didn't connect anything. They went from the word go, and to me, that the first over from their captain Chirag, I think set the tone of this chase.
Exactly, absolutely rightly said. You see, that is the intent that made it different in terms of approach. As you say, that the PALORA Dragons at the back of their head, they were like, if it continues raining, we are in. And when the rain all of a sudden stopped, with the ground of Kachileva, where even excessive rain will not cost. And there they go, losing their wickets in form of a run out. So this is like a suicide.
Yeah, it's cricket's very own suicide. Run out, not at the time you required. And all the reasons for the MAHADEV Strikers fans to have their voice back. Well, they have been cheerful all night long. Credit to them that they have still been here out there despite the rain interruption.
They only looked for shelter during the rains, but as soon as the rain stopped, they were back at the field supporting the team.
So it was very interesting. We saw more of this MAHADEV Strikers fans inside the field. Forget about the team yet, but they were in the field before the team even got into the pitch. So they were more excited. They wanted a game. They wanted to see a game. Yes, everyone during the rain was running for shelter, running for some good hot food out there. Eight down. It's all coming down in a drain for the PALORA Dragons. It hasn't been their night. It wasn't their night on Sunday. Unfortunately, today, it's just not. They have just not turned up for the semi-finals.
That's right, exactly. And you can see that PALORA Dragons was a quite balanced team compared to the MAHADEV Strikers. What we've seen for the MAHADEV Strikers and why they've become favorites of all is just that one person who's behind the bowler in the screen, who's currently having the orange cap. And his orange cap leadership is what made sure that these MAHADEV Strikers became favorites of most fans around Nairobi.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you. Every time the MAHADEV play, this ground is ever packed. But look at that. There is still intent to stop those singles. It's a never say die attitude from the MAHADEV Strikers.
So end of 10 overs, PALORA Dragons 88 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. They require 42 runs, 43 perhaps in 12 deliveries.
Purushottam will be looking to ball out here and hoping he can repeat the tricks of his previous over. And there you go, look at that. Purushottam Vikaria bowling his final over. Played that down straight over the bowler's head. Nitish Irani with the long handle sent that packing for a huge shot there. Yes, the asking is too much, but the fans would love this few lusty blows to end this match. Having waited for over almost 1.5 hours for the game to resume back, they definitely want this to finish with a flourish. 37 required in 11. Funny things have happened in cricket. The first misfield of what has been a brilliant show in the field for the MAHADEV Strikers.
Purushottam Vikaria almost picking up his second wicket. A short ball tried to go over, couldn't get the connection that he wanted. And there would be a chance of a run out as well if he would have got the direct hit.
It's happening
So
all
two
out there.
chances in one delivery for Nitish.
It's happening all out here. Purushottam Vikaria having bowled brilliantly so far, not just tonight's match, but even on Sunday, the last Sunday he was in form. It would be a very good battle tomorrow between the Hariom Titans, and that's, what a catch that is in the dip. Look at that.
This time round, Pradeep Jassani ensuring he holds the ball till the end, rolling himself so that the ball doesn't pop off his hands when impacts to ground. Happy faces there. A great ball there from Purushottam. Right on the money. A short delivery. Right on the body. And look at that for a catch.
Never took his eyes off the ball. And that's what I've admired of this MAHADEV Strikers team. And like you know, I spoke to Chirag during the toss. What has really inspired me is his attitude as a captain to the youngsters, to those players. Is go out there and express yourself without any pressure. That to me has been very well, and you can see that how his team is responding back to him.
And that is what Chirag has only asked for his teammates. He's like, I'm there for you guys. I'm backing up. The only thing that you guys need to do is give me just the extra 5-10%.
Yeah,
And
I
I'll
think
be
when,
happy with
when
that.
you've got a leader like that, I would not even say when you got a leader like that, you definitely want to put in that extra 1%. You know, you want to put in that extra mile in that effort. Look at Purushottam; he's absolutely been running tirelessly tonight. Slow delivery there. And tomorrow it's going to be the big finals against the Hariom Titans versus what is more likely than not the Mahadev Strikers. It's Nash Patel versus Chirag Sisodia. It's going to be a belter of a match tomorrow. Final delivery of the penultimate over. Lofted over. This is the nail in the coffin. 95 runs all out. The Mahadev Strikers have all but booked their ticket into the most important finale for tomorrow. They will be facing the Hariom Titans. It's the final game tomorrow at 7 p.m. Join us tomorrow. Mahadev Strikers versus the Purple Caps. Signing out tonight, Raj Patel and yours truly, Mitesh Chawda. Do not forget to join tomorrow. Don't change the dial. It's live on Pavitra. What a match we've got to see here. Rain interrupted. The Strikers coming out to bowl. All guns blazing. A brilliant bowling effort. Clinical all round. They have sealed their tickets to the finals. The Shri Kachilaya Patel Samaj Season 2 final will be played by the two teams, Hariom Titans and the Mahadev Strikers. Good night. See you guys tomorrow.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our winners of the second semi-finals, MAHADEV Strikers. Our finals will be between Hariom Titans and MAHADEV Strikers tomorrow at 7 p.m. We begin the awards with the Man of the Match award going to the captain, Chirag Sisodia. The highest number of sixes hit by, once again, the captain, Chirag Sisodia. The most number of dot balls bowled by, once again, the captain, Chirag Sisodia, a total of 11 dot balls. The blue cap for taking the highest number of wickets in the tournament so far, a total of 17, goes to, once again, the captain, Chirag Sisodia. He now has both orange and blue cap. I think the next game in the finals he'll be deciding, am I going to wear the orange cap or the blue cap? That's all, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow for the finals. Make sure you're here and cheering on your favorite teams. Good night. Shubh Ratri.